Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Thursday edition of the stream. Today, we'll be working on more Insignia dev, doing some grey boxing, and I'm going to be pretty quick about it because I haven't really been able to get started today on my stream, just doing some family-related chores and stuff like that. So your day starts with mine. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat. We've got Zukiro101 with the most recent follow, the Cool Square with the most recent subscription. We have an early question from Lone Edge on YouTube who says, I have a question. What size do you use for your main character? Transferring from 3D to 2D pixel art, and it's hard. I use about 48 pixels as my character size. The character goes to about 50, I think. But this is super dependent on the kind of game that you're making. What I would do is pick the nearest game that is released to what you're working on, and then draw your OC inside of that canvas. I call that the screenshot remix. So draw a character in the world of somebody else's game. That already gives you a nice reference for like how big level design elements should be, and will just make it a bit less of a guessing game. But I have a video on canvases that you can check out on my channel, and canvas sizes, so you should also watch that one if you want to as well. Okay, the move today, good question. I haven't even had a chance to assign myself any tasks today, so maybe the move will be doing that. Oh boy, I continue to invest a lot of my time daily into strategic planning for Insignia. That's been a big part of my day the last few weeks, but there's something that I'm getting some diminishing returns on it. It's sort of more of a you have to do eventually. You can't just think. But the planning's important too. So where are we? It's now 1:28, which puts us right about here. We can delete all of that. We can delete all of that. And we kind of have a free canvas in front of us. I have 19 game points, but I don't understand. Hey, fake coffee. Alrighty. So I was working on essentially building out what's the story for the game. For my game, Insignia is a side-scrolling action-adventure game with swashbuckling combat and puzzle platforming gameplay. It features a junior, like an apprentice blacksmith named Armin, who is the son of a very famous blacksmith, Magnus, who disappeared in the last about a year ago in the game's timeline. And so at the start of the game, you are investigating his disappearance while replacing him, essentially, because life moves on. And the game becomes a very broad adventure fantasy story about a kingdom being under attack, and Armin in a race to find answers before things become too dire. So I don't want to go too far, but that's kind of what the plot is. Where is Clinkers? Clinkers is currently offline because we are focusing on work at the moment. Clinkers were a bit of a disruption previously, so they've been kind of over-redeemed, I think. We'll find a replacement for them at some point, but because of the way that Clinkers work, for those of you who succeed, it adds scope to the game whenever we do them. So I'm trying to be a little bit more careful about how that works. But have no fear, we'll find a good way to allow you to spend channel points soon. Do not despair. The channel points are not going anywhere. You don't lose them just because you can't redeem them. Clinkers is a game that started as an on-stream kind of gambit, where I would take a bag of these chocolates called Clinkers that have color inside of the chocolate. So you can't tell what they are on the outside, but there's 3 colors on the inside. You bite into them, and then you guess before you bite what color it's going to be. And if you guess correctly on the stream, I would do an Easter egg for you in the game. So channel points are what you accumulate just by watching the stream. People would spend channel points to bet on clinkers. Once we used to have a tournament system for clinkers, and then it became a 1 in 3 kind of like just a very expensive dice roll, and now it's retired for a bit just because of how it's a disruption, and it adds scope to the game. So we're going to find a better use for it soon. All right. So in the time since last stream, I have been working very diligently on different parts of the game. I'm still, a little bit in a few different minds about some things. Updates, Nassau evening background. We did some work over the last stream at least. If I go to another tab here and go to timeline, just to catch you all up, we were doing an estimated budget calculator for Insignia. So I was basically taking all of I had like an org chart. So this is like who can work on the game, how many people I think I need. And then this is how much money I would expect to pay those roles over the course of development. And then this is how much money I think in Australian dollars it will cost to produce the game with marketing, and how much in US dollars I expect a publisher to put up, or I expect a publisher will want to put up. Not what I'm asking for, but what I expect they will want to. This is the actual production cost. And then looking at that against estimated Steam sales, and then the eventual cut that we will get from the take, from the entire thing. And so the publisher would be recouping all of their investment, plus earning about 1.8 million Australian dollars if we were to sell 130,000 copies on Steam, and then about that much, on Switch, and then much less on PlayStation, and even less on Xbox. This would be a dream scenario for me. This is a massive amount of money, but it's also kind of, at present, this is like the natural size of the game that I'm building, and the natural size of what it would expect to make for a game that is kind of like a lightweight AAA indie title. That's kind of where this is heading right now. And when I think about my opportunities to make that reality happen, I think a lot about the ask that I'm putting up for a publisher. And it'll be the big publishers. It's not going to be a small publisher. So how the big publishers work is they want to spend upwards of $1 million. That's just how they want to do it, because for them, spending more money means earning more money, assuming they're doing their job right. And so there's a dual risk here. One is that, the game needs to make the money back, obviously, but the other, and so it needs to do well on the market, which is a responsibility, obviously, for me. The more money we put into it, the more it needs to, live up to that responsibility. But particularly the quality aspect of it, maintaining a team that is that big as a director is something that I haven't really ever been given that kind of responsibility for at that scale. Like 15 people is a lot of people. And, there would be help. I would have other developers on there, but I'm noticing that as the product owner, the person who designed and developed the world of Insignia, I really feel like the motivation, the interest for all of these parties to jump onto my bandwagon and help me make this big thing a reality is, for me, something that I'm uncertain about. I don't know how publishers will think about this kind of thing, whether this is totally typical. And part of me wishes that I had approached this with the mentality of building the game on my own and then getting a publisher to invest in a finished game almost. Whereas, we've gotten halfway, just under halfway, and now we're asking for a lot more. So a lot more is really just to make it happen faster. Like, I've built the first half of the game over 10 years. Now I want to build the back half in 1 year. So, that's a crazy amount of extra work. And we're at a place where I feel like we know what the work is. Like, I'm quite comfortable with describing the game as I have been in the last couple of weeks. But I think gauging publisher interest to go on this journey with me is something that I need to be doing as soon as possible, and involves, in my estimation, if I'm going to commit to that, there's some marketing that needs to happen. Like I need to probably put a trailer out there. There's some market validation, getting, players to weigh in on this thing. Hey, Uzlaws, thank you so much for the sub. We've got 1,500 people in the playtest, but like I really need to know if I can excite enough people to show that there's merit there, and that's typically done with the wishlist account. You can, yeah, of course. You can wishlist Insignia right now on Steam. So we're in like a really funky spot, because it's not everything we've done with the game so far has been totally in line with my expectation in terms of development process. However, the timelines are what make it difficult. It's, can I make this happen now? Is there enough meat on the bone right now to convert into this thing, to make all of these things happen in the order that I'm asking them to happen, and in the timeline, within a year or whatever? That's tough. It's a big ask, and my concern is that a publisher, if they want to even go on this journey with me, I mean, like, this is a huge target, and this is quite a big split for me after recoup. So to swap this down to like 100,000 units on Steam, that's actually kind of reasonable. We've done a bit of our research, and games that sell $3 million on Steam is in this kind of space, which is totally achievable for Insignia. I think this is like about where the game will sit, but there's a big range here. Got 1 million to 4 million. That's a huge range. And so, even if we went, 70,000 units sold, with a split of 0.25 to me, so 75% to the publisher. After recoup, I only make 150K, and the publisher doesn't even make back their investment. I mean, they make back their investment, but they only make 600K on top of that, which is probably not enough to run the whole company. Obviously, it's a profit, but it's not like a 2x profit. It's like a 1.5x profit or 0.3x profit. So 1.3x. So they make back on top of, they're in the black by 30%. That's sort of, as a risk, that's pretty, assuming we can make that, assuming everything goes right, and then we just do okay on the market. I don't know if a publisher would be like jumping at this. So instead, it needs to be something more like, this is much closer. 100K sales, different story. But getting to that 100K sales mark on Steam, it's not super easy. And, if I halved that number and said, well, let's go 50K without a publisher, let's see if somehow we could do that, then that's great for me. But 50K is still a lot of sales for self-publishing. And I don't know how to even do that. I don't know. We would need to fund the game, right? Still, for some amount of money, right? Like this marketing budget might not need to be as big, but we're still looking at somehow acquiring $1 million Australian just to finish the game at this pace. So the question of where this even comes from and how I pay it back, even if you take away the recoup and make this 1x so that I get everything, that makes a lot of money for us, but we're not going to get 100K. We're going to get at most 50K, which means I get 380 if I give back the $1 million, assuming that person doesn't even want to profit. That's if it's a loan, So it's to me, this number is super, it's really up in the air for me. Like, these numbers seem pretty solid the 100,000 units converted for about 3 million USD is, in fact, this is Australian dollars. So actually, this number needs to be times 1.5. So this is equals mult of this time, and then it's 0.71 is the conversion rate right now. So actually, this figure needs to be in line with. Oh, I see. Only the $2.4 million games. So, I mean, it's still iconoclast, right? It's the cutoff. We still need to sell a game that is better than these, right? In terms of turning that profit with a publisher. It needs to perform better than these games, which is not easy. I mean, there are games like Dwarve that I think they did really well in their wish list counts. I think this game had like 100,000 wish lists, and looks really good. I'm not really concerned about appeal, right? And then 160k profit total. So how do you rationalize that, right? The game seems to have, it seems to be a decent game. I don't know if they have a publisher. They've got a publisher, Electronic Sheep Games. I don't know how hard that publisher pushed for them. The game's got mostly positive reviews, right? That seems okay. That seems fine. But just not a lot of attention after that. Just, I mean, that's a year since it came out. A lot of positive, some negative reviews too. I mean, I guess that's kind of mixed. Wow, Jonas Tyroller. Hello, Jonas. I don't know. I don't know how you rationalize this stuff. %70 are positive. That sounds okay. So I hate dice rolls in life. I don't like taking massive risks. But the range of what we're looking at here in terms of game quality is, all of the games from like here up, like all of these games are totally functional, very, very competently made games. No problem whatsoever with how they deliver and what they are. They're very clearly presented games. They're good. But look at the range of sales within that space. I mean, like Momodora it's a good game. It's made not quite $1 million in a couple of years. Look at Jump King. It made 4.1. It's tough, Oh, hey Squeams. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's a high praise. We'll have to get that progression lockout fixed. Sorry about that. Isn't a Kickstarter a great way to estimate these? It is, but it's also I mean, it's kind of like it is a mini version of the game's I guess, what's the word? It's a mini version of selling the game. I haven't updated it. That's from a couple of years ago. Momodora Moonlit Farewell is at 759k as far as Steam reviews has gone. So actually, I think that's pretty much in line with what I had written. Moonlit Farewell, 763. Here it says 759. So actually, the estimate's lower. But yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's very difficult to estimate this. I mean, this is 130k euros, which is like 200,000 Australian dollars, or about 150k AUD, USD. So I think that's about right. It's probably pretty similar, right? Euro to USD, 1.15. Okay, so let's just call it 125,000 US. I would say that's pretty much in line with what I would expect for a game that this is Chained Echoes. You know, that's a game that did quite well. So you have to be, I mean, that's a really hard thing to do. This is like one person. I think the team's a lot bigger than that, but it's also quite early, I think, in the Kickstarter kind of world. There's 2 people. I mean, wow. It's just a, I don't know. Maybe we're already doing enough to do this. It's possible. 5,000 backers is should be doable for Insignia, for, you know. And what's really cool about this is that this money, I mean, the thing is, the Kickstarter is more of a litmus test, right? This is money that helps make the game, but it won't bring the game to release. You can't do that with that money. Or maybe they did if it was 2 people. But for me, it would be more of like a way to get a publisher more invested. Hey, Mosles. Yeah, not in my time frame. That's right. I could probably live off of this amount for 3 or 4 years and maybe release the game on my own. But that's now like 12-year timeline, 13-year timeline at that point. So, you know. That's pretty good. They actually got quite far on just digital stuff. Nothing physical. Postcards, sticker. Seven backers. Wow, some of these are really up there. Help us design an airship. Nice. Well, getting like this far is pretty fine. Stickers, postcards, art book, 100. That's pretty good. What else? 7 more? What else is happening? Digital copy of the game, 2 copies of the game for 100. A physical art book, a postcard. And this is 58 people. Okay. Sticker with random game motifs. 5 of them. Alpha access. Digital copy of the soundtrack. Digital copy of the art book. Digital game manual. Heavenly Beasts. Exclusive wallpaper. Access to the Kickstarter updates. We could do that. Hey, Uzloz. Thank you. Uzloz and Mosles could be friends. Yeah, this is all pretty doable. I mean, none of this... Art books are one thing, but like, it's not crazy in terms of the fulfillment on these would not be ridiculous. You could probably even turn a profit with some of these things. But again, super. I find it so hard to determine what's going to do well. I mean, this is done well. Just like, and then let's look at this one. Let's look at this one. Let's look at this one. We're not going to spend too long on this because I got to get back to work. But what kind of game is this? Is this RPG? What did this ask for? Wow, that did great. At 85K? That's huge. Who are these? This is their first. Like, how does this happen? I don't know how this happens. Is it just the artwork? I mean, that kind of looks a little bit AI generated to me, but I mean, great. And then this one, okay, the artwork's not as good. Game's a little simpler. More like a top-down. Yeah. And then Shade Protocol. I think I know Shade Protocol. Dude, when did they get this trailer? They're killing it, man. We know the Shade Protocol devs. Where is this money coming from? That's crazy. This is not cheap to produce either. It's like what is this, like a full minute of animation? Bro. Dude, they killed it. Guest composer? Who? I know one of the devs comes in to the stream, and they've asked us to look at trailers of theirs in the past, but like, man, it's crazy. Like, this is a lot of production. I don't have the budget to, I don't know, to produce this much stuff. And I know the game's really early too. It's only like a year in. Crazy. This is huge. Yeah, I mean, I think it's possible. Wow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people already. That's a big dev team. That's why. It's like one person. And they've all had work in the past. They've all done 9 Years of Shadows. Mariachi Legends. Yeah, that's huge. Fern's kick-ass. Oh, and Isadora's Edge. Huh. Wow. And they worked on Gestalt and Ember Knights. Okay, this is a big deal, this team. Hey, Lex. Yeah, all of these guys are super legit. It would take me like 3 months to even prepare this. Like, and there's no way I could do this. There's no way I could get this created. We've tried. I mean, it cost me like about $15,000 to get Australian dollars, so 10K, just to get what would have been like that much. Like, it's done. The 5 seconds that we just watched, that cost about 10K. For me, at least. So imagine, like, this is like 50K, just this. Like, 1/7 of this whole Kickstarter is this opening trailer. More, man. This could be more than that. That's a huge amount of production value. I mean, if this was an episode of anime, this would be like the most expensive scene in that episode. That's a lot of art. But it's become an expectation now, hasn't it? I mean, people want to see... They want to see anime. If you're making an indie game, you need anime. That's crazy. I heard someone once say, if you're not going to put this in the game, it's not worth doing. I think it's totally worth doing. I think it tells people that you give a crap. It separates you from the market. Still, that's really tough. That's a lot of. They pledged 40K, man. Maybe, but the thing is, there's going to be like 1 million games that don't have one, and there's going to be about 15 that do. And so being in the 15 puts you in that space of like, we are the real games. Do I know who this is? Emmy Evans? Maybe not. Maybe you're right. I mean, for Insignia, we have, like I said, we have a little bit. It cost me, we did it on a shoestring budget, and I haven't even used it because I'm not even sure if the quality's there yet. But, dude, the animations are insane on this thing. I feel like I have to keep up. You know, I feel like I look at this stuff and I'm like, God damn it. I wasn't even going for this, but now that I see it, it's like, how do you not create these like screen tearing massive super moves to put in the game at some point? So what were the okay, that's pretty good. And then Pizza Kid, this game it's only just started. It might make it. 25 days to go. That's in 5 days they've hit that. But I have this measurement. If you don't break 100K AU, you're probably, even US, it's probably not going to be worth it. Like, this is 3 months of a contractor, you know? This is not enough to release a game. Even this, it's not even close. It can't even make a difference. Like, it might make a little bit of a difference, but you've really got to break 100K for it to start making a real development difference and indicate that you can reach your audience. So, I mean, I think we might be at a place where we have to do it. You know, I'm just there, you know. That's just where we are. I'm also sensing, you know, there's this thing about Insignia. There are these like aesthetic things that I'm kind of concerned about. The question is like, is Insignia a character action game? Or is it like a very acrobatic Souls-likey experience, or like a Sekiro? And what I mean by that is, it's literally one thing that I would need to change to make it feel like one or the other. It's this idea of when I do a combo against the enemy, how what the heck? How locked in is the enemy to my attacks? Can I just press the button and watch cool crap happen and it doesn't matter? I just go into this long extended combo chain of cool stuff happening. If that's what we're doing, it's a character action game. So like the combat becomes less about positioning and less about timing and more about just getting the first hit and then going to town on an enemy. This is right now much more grounded. It's like every swing is a button press, and it's not really, you know, it's not, you kind of have to think about what you're doing. But I think people kind of, I don't know, they kind of expect a bit more from a game. They kind of expect the visual flair more than the technical feedback constraints. Like, I think in Insignia, I'm really asking for the player to demonstrate that they can do cool stuff. I'm not rewarding them with cool stuff. They have to earn it themselves when it comes to combat. So I'm still figuring out whether like that's something that, from a marketing perspective, if I say, oh yeah, like you can do cool stuff if you're good, is that more attractive than the game lets you? It's like a fantasy question. Like, does the game let you live out your fantasy of just being in an anime? You know? In a character action game, if you have an ensign and kill an enemy, it still plays the animation of getting it. I don't know if that makes sense to me. It does make sense because the way that it works in Insignia is the ensign is an instance of an enemy. And there are multiple times in the game where a single ensign slot can belong to two enemies can give you the same slot. So I'll explain here. So it has to be consistent. The simplest rule is that you always get the ensign off the enemy. So this is green, right? Then this over here is also green. Okay, but it's a different ensign. So if I capture that one, I still get a green ensign, but this is a different ensign. And the previous one goes here, back where the snake was. So I can collect this back if I want and get it again. Now, the rule that I'm working with is that doesn't change just because, you know, I defeat this snake. Because what else would I expect to happen? The ensign just stays on the ground? Always capturing, I think, makes more sense right now, at least, than sometimes capturing. You know, because then this will be here where it was. So anytime an enemy whose ensign that you have is replaced, that ensign always goes back to where the enemy was. To me, that makes the game much more consistent than if sometimes it doesn't capture it at all. Because the alternative would be that I kill the snake up the top, like up here, and then its ensign just sits there. Yeah, there is something there that I understand for sure, and I think it is worth considering. The flow of what happens when this, let me see, it's like I do 2 attacks here, and then I parry you, spend it, and get it again. That's what you're describing, right? It's like I just got the ensign off this guy, but I spent it by using it on him, and then that killed him, which means it comes back to me. There's something there that I totally understand feels a little bit, it's like, it feels like a whole lot of stuff to say that nothing changed, you know? Like the sum total of that interaction it's exactly where it was before, but in the process, a lot of stuff happened. So maybe there's something we can do about that. That's definitely, it's on my radar for sure. Like I'm not saying it's not worth considering, or it's something that I would dismiss. I just don't have an easy way to resolve that right now. And I think it would require a bit more game design. There needs to be a few more decisions made, I think, before that makes perfect sense. Like this hedgehog here. You know, it's like the first time I used it, I used the previous hedgehog's one, and then I captured this hedgehog's one, and then I used it on him, and then it spent it, and then I got it again. I know that's a lot for sure. That makes sense. All right, let's do some work, shall we? Yeah, there's this is the same conversation that I'm having here of like, if it's a character action game, I would just let you do what you wanted. Like, it's just cool to see characters do cool things and don't have all of that game logic kind of bogging the background of the fantasy, you know? Like, let the character do cool elemental attacks. Let them, you know, let the player press buttons. Versus like, this is a game. There are puzzles to solve. You need to, you know, put thought into the buttons you press. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, pretty much. So when it comes to the Kickstarter, like, that's something that is so central to the marketing for Insignia. It's critical that whatever I try to present the game as, that's what it is. So being able to communicate, like, well, being able to decide, first of all, like, the game is this way, and then being able to sell that to players and have them understand that this is the way the game is and this is what I'm going for, and then having that feel like it's valuable, is that three-step process is something that I think is critical if we were to do a Kickstarter. And maybe that's what we're still... I think I totally accept that in the part of... In the journey of the game's marketing campaign, which is very infantile right now, we haven't done much. On that journey, I have not solved that yet, that marketing piece. I haven't been able to present to players that expression in a way that's super clear. I think the Steam page has like a GIF on it that's not bad, you know. This moment here is pretty cool, but it also is not the... I feel like there needs to be this kind of like almost like Final Fantasy Square Enix style introducing the player to the system. This is the Ensign system. In the Ensign system, you could do, you know, like where you sort of like, you pitch the game design decisions as an innovation, and you sort of sell the player on the idea of the system. That's something that I'm, again, super aware of, thinking about it. When I do my like pitch deck stuff, it's part of the pitch for sure. Like it's the first thing that I say. It's puzzle platforming combat where the special ability is hidden within enemies, and then I show you the thing. So just sort of doing this, I think is important, but I need to do this in like a trailer. Like I need to like bottle this and then make you believe in it. So part of that requires me to continue prototyping abilities so that I've got a whole bunch to explore and playtest and then polish. I want for the trailer to show you like 5 to 10 moments of something cool happening that feels like the player solved a puzzle rather than just did something cool, because that's where all the years of development have gone. So when I look at that protocol, whatever it's called, something protocol, I forget the name, that has some cool moments in it where like the character like splits the screen in two and then becomes a new platform. It's that thing that I think players really want, of like, it's not brain dead, and I can, when I'm watching it, I can see that it's not brain dead, and I can sort of vicariously solve the puzzles with the trailer. It's like I'm watching the trailer and I'm watching the player do things that are creative. So, you know, an example would be like, well, that's all part of the conversation, Taralis. I haven't played Ori, so it's not really, it's not something that I can draw from. This is all story. Wow. There's no mechanics stuff happening here. I mean, even this, yeah, like that. These moments here are like what I'm describing. So it's, oh, you can, let's look. It's, oh, you can dodge that. Or you can ride on this guy and he's got a bow in his hand. You can shoot things while riding the thing. You can create ice blocks and make it all the way over to wherever that is. Oh, wow, you can block that fire attack with a shield. Oh, that's cool. You can parry. Wow, there's cool parries in this game. This magnetism thing. What? I can shoot the barrels and it explodes the whole arena. You know, like those like things of like, this game has levels of gameplay depth that allow you to be creative inside of it. That is something that I think is, if you can show that in a trailer, I think that's the hook, line, and sinker moment. But anyway, let's get into it. So, looking at where we're at today, I mean, my priority at this point, gosh, the ship in my brain turns so slowly that if I was to just pivot towards what I was just describing and drop everything, we would have to stop doing gameplay budgeting right now. We'd have to stop grey boxing. It's just no longer relevant. Which I was super dead set on. Maybe I'll finish this week. I'll finish grey boxing this week, and then next week go back to ability prototyping and VFX and seeing if I can work towards a trailer where I can capture some more interesting stuff happening. Because I think what I'm getting from this exploration, there have been some really cool moments, like doing this background has been really fun. Let me show you what that's looking like right now, actually. And this is super valuable as well. Like it's great to have this stuff all set up and looking good. And I added some parallaxing. I don't know if you can even see it between this and the background. So it's got a bit more depth to it now. And I reshaped and rescaled it a little bit. So I think it's feeling now a little bit more cohesive as a background, and it moves a bit more convincingly. I changed the way that my parallaxing system works to allow it to do both the automated scrolling and the player movement scrolling. So there's still a bit more to work on for this background, just tightening it up and making it just more beautiful. But, you know, I wouldn't have been able to get this moment, which would be great in a trailer, if I hadn't explored some of this stuff. So definitely having the story moments be at least explored is super valuable to me. But we'll see. We'll see. I don't know about that. So yeah, super valuable. There's some really cool stuff that we're doing with this. It won't be this one. It will be Osterwick. You know, this thing, I'd love to put this in the game. Just as like a visual moment. For a trailer. There's a few things actually. Maybe we can chalk them up and just see if they're like achievable for us in the next little while. So for a trailer, there's a few things. Let's just mock them out. Okay, I want ship at night in a storm. I want Armin and Hannah in a dinghy. I don't know if that's how you spell that. In a dinghy. In the grotto. And I want the Nassau train at sunset. And I want boss fight with Baruch and Cecil. And I have to decide whether I want to gender swap Cecil. This has been a little bit... Somebody once recently said, I like the girl character. And I hadn't... This was always a man for me. This is like the Hojo character. But as a woman, I actually kind of don't hate it. I think it kind of works. So maybe there aren't any female Hunden characters. So just having one would be valuable, I think. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. I get it. Well, if I would change it, like, what the heck? Oh, it's because I'm here. No? Oh, it's Perish, is what I called her. Him. Them. Could be gender neutral. Let's just try this for a second. So, if this was a woman, what would I do with it? I would tighten this. I would widen this. I would probably you have to do something here. If it's not anthropomorphized in a way that humans recognize, it's just it's indistinguishable. Ah. Yeah, but I think we can go further. go into more like poodle territory. While the dogs bark in the background of the soundtrack. At least 6 breasts. You can keep that for your OC. You can keep that for your fanfic. I don't think we need to go there. What do you think? We could, I mean, we could make them trans. Like, it's, if we want to go there. I don't think it would be like out of character for the character. I think it could work. Maybe we'll just keep that as like an internal. We don't have to be, yeah, Cecilia, exactly. We don't have to be like too explicit with this stuff. We can kind of keep it as like our little internal headcanon. I think like not being explicit is there's taste there. There's a tastefulness to it if you can keep it, you know. Because I'm not really trying to say anything with it. It's just like an idea. It would just be like a character note. You know, I think I like the character more this way. I think this is working. No, this character doesn't have any animations yet. That's the beauty of it. I haven't done any. Shorter snout feels better to me. Actually, even cut that off. That's great. And then push the wreath a little bit further back. You don't like this part? I feel like that feminizes it a bit more. You like the darker nose? Darker nose or pink nose? I think the pink nose is like, it just, for me, that sells it. Ta-da. I think this is sweet. I like it a lot. We could probably push the flow a little bit more on this. The rap's actually kind of cool. Keep it as it is. I think just like that. Also considering, I mean, maybe we push this a bit over the shoulder a bit more, or is that too masculine? I think up higher is better. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I feel that way too. Like, I think for me, it's not my place to, like, I'm not really in a position to represent this character as, you know, I can't, like, what's the word? In terms of representation, you know, I don't have the empathy to be able to render that in that way. But if people want to identify with the character, then I'm happy for them to do that. And so just giving space for people to be able to identify with something, to me, I think is better than prescribing what the character is and who it's for and that kind of thing. I just feel like that's maybe a little bit, it's unnecessary to go that deep. I think it's more just like, and this is kind of why I feel like, you know, the Harry Potter thing of like, oh, Dumbledore, you know, trying to explain certain characters after the fact is something that I'm not actually a huge fan of when it comes to media. Not that the author doesn't have, you know, final say on this kind of stuff, but I just think, why, if you didn't make it explicit in the text, why exclude that character from, you know, why close the box on the character if it didn't mean anything in the plot, you know? I guess it does later in the sequel movies, Fantastic Beasts, but I don't know. I think we do want to chop that. Maybe we just do a little bit of this. No, not worth it. Keep it light. Okay, I think we're done. So it's A or it's B. A, B. I think it's B. One more A. B. Almost there. Hang on. I think we just didn't quite get that right. That'll do. Right there. Right there. Right there. A, B. Yeah, I think the shape language just works a little bit better. Now I need her to be a little bit meaner. The hollower. Meaner. She needs to not be nice. You don't like this character. Maybe we do one. I think that works. We could. The thing is, this character is like a, they're like a, you know when people are like Anglophiles, like people who like are obsessed with English culture, this character is obsessed with human culture, and particularly like historical human culture. So they're obsessed with humans during the war period when the humans beat the Hunden. So that's why she dresses like them. And I think the tooth is too barbaric. Like it's she's not dopey or goofy. We could probably give her like, I mean, we could kind of give her a teeth, you know, but I think as like a snarl maybe. But it's kind of better, I think, if she almost, no, it's not like passes as human, but like is very human. Who hurt me? No, it's just an interesting character archetype. It's the trope of, yeah, anthrophile. There you go. They're an anthrophile. That's a good way to describe it. It's a trope that you see in a lot of adventure films when like there is a character who's like a mad scientist. It's like they're fascinated with power. You know, where power comes from and like how they can capture it for themselves. So in that way, she's like it's like an anthropological study for her. She's literally an anthropologist, but like an evil scientist anthropologist. So like she studies the magic that humans use to win the war, even after the humans vowed that they wouldn't use it anymore. Because to her, this is the pathway back to, well, she's just a bit sadistic. She just likes to use power and acquire it. But her job is to kind of like use it to win the war and to win favor with the emperor. It's kind of like a happy, not a marriage, they're not married to each other, but like a, you know, happy union of like powerful and power obsessed. These things are not, I mean, what life experience would I have to draw on that would make that something that would be personal for me? No, it's not like that. I just like telling stories. I think. I don't think there's anything in my life where this was anything like what happened. That's pretty cool right there. Sick. All right. Well, we need one of her flying then. This was the old version. It was much more like rich, evil scientist man. Now it's idle. And then we need her floating. How much is on my plate in the game? How many characters? Oh, dozens. So many. I mean, some of this is super valuable, but I don't know if I need it. I think I'll just redraw it. It's fine. Although the poster now needs to change. I got a poster art with this character as a boy. What's great though is I think my art style has become so efficient that it really doesn't cost me much to do this. I think when I'm doing it right, it's very efficient. It's very simple. Like, that's great. That's really awesome. And it doesn't feel muddy or choppy. It's just like really clear, simple shape language, confident use of colors, not over baking it. It's good stuff. Like right there, done. Maybe we'll do a little bit of this downturn of the tail because she's floating. Well, the staff it's actually technology, it's not magic. The magic is in the crystal. The staff is kind of like the Infinity Gauntlet in the Marvel movies, where its power is just to be a vessel for the thing. There's like a class of artifact in the game where they're kind of like able to be used. It's like a special way of metalworking, basically, that allows artifacts to kind of be used to channel magical energy. They capture like resonance frequencies in the magic to allow it to reside in step with the weapon and then be used by the wearer, by the carrier. And that information has been kind of lost to time for a few centuries, but it's just coming back into the world, and this character is like the pioneer of studying that. And like I said, that was like a very human invention centuries ago, and the humans vowed not to use it. But now the information is being, it's falling into the wrong hands. Cool. It's great. The staff poking a hole through the cape. Oh. Good question. Good question. Good question. I guess this has to go here. And now the staff, it goes under. Very good call out though. I missed that. That's one of those like AI mistakes, you know? People think humans aren't capable of making those kinds of mistakes. It's like, no, you can definitely make them. What vibe drawing? I mean, I think AI is good at making those mistakes because humans make those mistakes. That's probably where it learned it. Like, oops, that doesn't work. Trying to figure out what this... I guess that works. Okay, that's fine. Cool. Bing bong. So, perish. And now it's Cecilia. Cool. As what? As Cecil? Well, it's still Perish, but it's... The character has two names, okay? The character has always had two names. It was Perish, and then they chose the name for themselves, Cecil. But now it'll be Cecilia. Or something like that. Cecily? Is that a name? We could make one up. Okay. I kind of like Cecily. It is a name. Meaning blind or heavenly. That's actually really good. Cecily. Spiral weapons. Okay. Cecily is a scientist, right? Or like an engineer, an inventor. And it's one of Cecily's kind of like design motifs. That's just what they like to... It's just their personal design flair. And so Cecily designed the staff for herself. But Baruch, this is a prosthetic. So he previously had 2 hands with this, which is claws. But early on in the new Hunden Emperor, this will be easier to describe with the poster. Okay, this is the Hunden Emperor. He's like big black dog. That's his thing. He's like a big wolf. He's not like taller than this guy. He's actually smaller. Actually, oh, I've got a better graphic here. Okay, this is the Emperor. This is Baruch. The Emperor fought Baruch for supremacy. And he won. And in the combat, he took Baruch's hand. And Baruch gave him this scar. So now he's the Emperor. He leads the entire, all of the tribes basically of the Hunden. And Baruch is just the general. He's like the next in line. He's like, one of the generals. There's a few generals. There's also, this is Kur, Kurr. And then this is Rekka. We've already talked about Cecily now. So, Kur is kind of like spy master, agent. Rekka is the adopted daughter of the Emperor. So he's in charge, and these 4 lead the military basically against the humans. Different divisions. No, Baruch does not hate the Emperor. He respects the Emperor for that, because the Hunden, above all things, are the thing that they respect the most is power. That's it. If you can demonstrate power, you deserve respect. So it's an honor to lose his hand. It's an honor to serve a more powerful leader. Kurr. Yeah, that's how I spell it. So, yes. I mean, that's kind of there's something there. So yeah, these are the Hunden. And then the troops look like this guy. So this is like a typical Hunden like soldier. These ones are undercover. That's why they look like Red Riding Hood. But there are others too. So this is the Emperor. This is a concept, at least, for the Emperor. And then other Hunden, this is kind of like what other soldiers wear in the Empire. So kind of inspired by Roman legions, a little bit like the Mongolian Empire, a little bit like the Spanish Empire. Red is the key color here. And that's kind of what inspired this. And so this is what we're seeing now. But I haven't done the others yet. Hey, Frenzy. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah, so inspirations for the Emperor were like, Blackbeard, obviously Thanos, Charlemagne, and what's his name? Nero, and what's his name? What's the guy? The French one? I forget. Emperor. And Genghis Khan, obviously. Napoleon, that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. He's supposed to be really, really menacing. I really like this character, and I'm doing something special with him. Not this one, with the Emperor. He's really, there's something really cool that I've got cooking in the game that I'm excited to share with you when the game comes out. And it's one of the 1 or 2 spoilers that I don't want to spoil. All right. Hey, Asar. Like Caesar? Okay. So that's the reason why they have spirally weapons. It's like a drill hand. It's like a corkscrew. Alrighty. So let's do some work. I've been chatting. So we were talking about, we did this, we did the gender swap. That looks cool. We have this scene. I had a few things I wanted to do here, like VFX for this level. And there were other things that I wanted to do as well. So this, I basically need idols and VFX. Maybe even like Baruch attack, which I've sort of started already. So Baruch has this big punch he can do. So I need to animate this a little bit. So he clings onto the wall. I have a little trick here. So he clings onto the wall like this, and then he jumps, and then punches. So that's kind of like the leaps. And I want to see, like, I want to animate that jump into the punch and have the player character like roll out of the way, not sit on the ground. If I can do that in a trailer, the character rolls back this way, that'll be really cool. I've removed a few of the redemptions. And then maybe even Cecily here doing some sort of magic fire at the same time. That'd be really cool. No, the characters don't bias. It's more about the plot. So in each chapter, different subgroups of the Hundan army are trying to recover different crystals, and the crystals dictate the energy. So this happens to be like the fire chapter. It's in a desert. So they're after a ruby, and this fight is a fight for the ruby. So there's a lot of fire involved in this particular scene. But it's not the characters that have elements. Okay. I need to take a quick break, and then I want to work on, I guess, just going a little bit deeper with some of this stuff. And then this is great. We probably need a bit more polish and then animate. Maybe polish sky. And then also lowercase p, just so that we don't look. Polish the caravan look. Add some NPCs, maybe, or maybe not. Maybe Rekka? Or nothing? Maybe just a background? I love when you have an environment like this and you do this. One of my favorite things to do in any context. Literally just take this. And you put a big ship right here. That just wins for me. Like the second you do that, my brain's like, I'm in. Ancient sea, now desert. Amazing. Let's go. You can't park there. You can't park there. I just feel like I should just pull out all stops, you know, when it comes to cool imagery in this game. Just use every trick in the book that I have. Just put all the cool stuff in there. pretty cool. Considering it just sprouted from nowhere. Sup, Suraman? Yeah, we've got an active chat. There's people in here. Now the problem here is that this is going to loop when I do this right. It needs to stick to where it is, but it's not going to be very easy. It's just going to look like it's... we're going to see the same ship go past a number of times. That's not too bad, actually. It took a while to come back. Cool. It looks huge in the grand scheme of things, though. I keep forgetting how big this piece is. This is like a double-sized artwork. Push that a little higher. I think we're kind of missing it. It's pretty good. I like that a lot. I'm a little surprised I have to push it so high up though to get it visible. I must have done something. Have I pushed these? 0.3. Okay, let's go 0.2. It might be too much exposure at that point, but we'll see. I think we need to push the background layers higher. That looks cool. And then if we go up, yeah, we could push the darkest layer and this layer up a little bit. You could do that by maybe taking this layer and pushing it ever so slightly Where are we? This one to like 94. And this one to like 93. And then I'm not sure what else to do here. Well, maybe we push this layer itself. Take this out. I think this could go up just a hair. The clouds do move ever so slightly. Look at the front cloud as I move left and right through the scene. See how it's kind of moving relative to the background just a little bit? It's actually, I think I might not be doing it just quite right yet. Oh, it's not quite right. Oh no, that's pretty much right. Ah, but it's back a little bit. This should be 98.5. There we go. So yeah, it can move. It does move. It's just, it needs to be very far away. And then I think we could push this to be a lot taller, like that, and then thin these out quite a bit more. Is over. That's cool. How do you pick colors that go with one another? I have been learning how to build palettes a lot recently. It's sort of just started to become something that I really appreciate. So it's, where is this random pixel that I'm looking at? I can see it. There it is. The way that I do it now is I start with like 3 colors and then I build everything off of those 3. I think that gives you a lot stronger atmosphere if you have like a very specific set that kind of lead, and then from there you kind of build the rest of it. Because it puts you in like a very decisive range. I think that's like the most important thing, is having that clear range of like, okay, this is a red scene, or this is red and blue. And then the pink sort of plays off of the red and blue, you know? It's like, well, the pink is somewhere between the two, so you can kind of use it in that way. Where is this color that I'm looking at? It's not this. I'm seeing it every single time, and it's not that. It's got to be here, right? It's like this 2-step up that I don't like. Maybe I solved it and I didn't update it yet. It's right there. It's right there. I think I know where it is. It might be on the seam. Ba-ba-da-bum. There we go. Fixed. Cool. What am I looking at? Oh, that's what. Sweet. So, still not happy with the way in which the background and this layer, there's such a big gap between them. But I could have sworn that I put something between those two. What the heck? Oh, did I lock it accidentally? Hang on. This layer, foreground. Where is that? Nowhere to be seen. Okay, well, let's work it in. Wait, there it is. It's called... What the heck? Middle ground 3. I'll just rename it. What? Where is it? It's here in the prefab. There it is. Where are you at? 932. Okay, well, that should be like 93. There you are. And then I'll stack you like about there. So let's call it 88. Okay, that's better. But I think maybe further back. Back to 92. Okay, now we've got something that works a bit better. You can keep going. That's the thing with this kind of work, is that there's There's no end to how many layers you could put in between there. You could put 4 more if you wanted, and it'd still look good. So then it's just about going into like the very foreground. Taking this layer here. I think we can go new group, call it Gorfround. And then go here, make a new layer. And I wanted to do like a bunch of bushes and stuff. I think that will help this look a lot nicer. It's too low. Can we maybe just push this all up by like that much? Or maybe this down? I think not. I think this layer just needs to be a lot higher. Like to there even. That's better. You can't really see that. Hang on. Just to help sell the motion. Then you could even do one more foreground layer, like very, very foreground. And you could call this one shadow. And then you could do something like this. I think it's 11111D or 1C is what I use. Now watch this. Oops. That's probably too much. We might need to like double the width of it or something like that, or make it a lot less I don't know, intrusive. It goes by so quickly. I think it's too much. We could definitely slow it down. By putting it like there. But it's still very detailed. I don't think I like it. I think it takes away too much. What? Oh no. What the heck? What? Where did the foreground go? That's the foreground. Export it. That's the foreground. Single. Apply. There it is. Okay. Weirded me out for a second there. This can go. There we go. Well, it is fast. It's supposed to be fast, but maybe it was too fast. And then where's our terrain? Okay, I'm happy with that. I think we just need a bit more like texture on this every so often. Too much focus. I'm like holding my breath. Just like forgetting to breathe while I work. Quick, somebody else sub so that we don't have to look at it. Is it? It does have the bumps in it, but they might need a bit more contrast. I mean, that's... Hey! Okay, Selpy Dev, thank you so much for the sub. Overwritten. Let's see how determined Balls Deep is to get their name on the board. Thank you, thank you. We'll have a war. They'll match every sub we give. So let's just keep giving them. All right, I really do need to take a break now. I'll be back in a little bit. All right, let's keep going. What's next? A couple other scenes. This grotto scene I really want. But I'm not sure what it looks like in the level. And I'm not sure what the level is, even. So I suppose there's some questions there. I have an idea that it's kind of like... It could be... They start in the boat. I kind of like this idea of like... They're both in the boat, in the dinghy. And then there's a point where Armin has to jump out, and then he's doing a level. It's a scrolling level, while just one person is in the boat. He's going down the river, and Armin has to stop enemies from attacking or something from happening. Pirates or Hunden or something just start attacking. Maybe it could be even natives. I don't know who lives here. Could be more Froggen or some other amphibian. And it's just like a scrolling level. But what it'll do is that it'll require you, there'll be like parts of the level that have like gaps. And you'll need like to steal the ensign fast enough to use it to get across the map. So this could be at the beginning or at the end of that section. Which kind of just means we can do whatever we want, really. I think it should be a right to left scene. Starting with the grotto. So they've just come from here and they're going that way now. They kind of get like ambushed on the way through. And that gives me license to draw it this way. Now, let's try something. Yo, thanks for the follow. Yo, thanks again. Derek, thank you so much for the follow. That's pretty cool. All right. So there's definitely something here. So what I want to do is think about this as like a repeating texture, like this much maybe. Could be even more. And then have this kind of just be like a whatever. This would be just like a space, like a repeating background. This is going to be gameplay. There'll be a scene at the start of it, but it'll resolve into gameplay. Hey, Dureckle, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome. And then I guess what I'll do is, this is going to have to be geometry kind of sticking out of this. So I'll preserve some of the largest, like most important colors, and I'll make like a tile set out of those colors. Keep it very directional. I did do that, yeah. This time. I don't always do that, but this time I did do that. I was kind of hoping I could make it feel like this was just almost stuck to the wall. I guess I could do something where I do this underneath it, where I just continue it down. And then do like some of these ones. And then maybe we don't even need this. What do I think of them? I think they work for specific kinds of games. I wouldn't like poo-poo it, but they definitely won't feel like authentic pixel art. They get used a bit in authentic pixel art, like classic pixel art, in very specific situations. Like bosses typically have that kind of like, you know, this boss is made of 4 sprites, you know, a head, 2 arms, you know, that there's always the boss in the game that has 2 hands and it's punching you, you know, that's kind of got that rigged thing about it. Or like a boss that's like a giant wheel that's like rolling, you know, it's like one big sprite. But outside of that, I think it's generally gonna feel like there's a fighting game system someone made. It's called You guys will know. What's it called? It's like a sprite-based thing, but it's got a very specific name on it. Where it's rigged. Exactly like what you're describing. I forget what it's called now. But Smack Studio, is it? Smack? I think it's Smack Studio. Yeah, I feel like that is like its own thing, you know? Like you kind of just have to accept that that's its own thing. And that if you want your game to look like that, then it's going to look like that. And if you want your game not to look like that, then you shouldn't use that technique. It's just such a clear... It's got such a clear identity as a set of... like as a method that it's almost impossible to not evoke the games that use that when you do it. And it doesn't feel, to me, it doesn't feel like classic or authentic. It feels like its own thing. And that doesn't have to be a bad thing either. That could just be fine if you feel that way about it. I think if you're doing it as game design, it really feels like, to me, it feels like you have to have a good reason to do it. So if it works for you from like a budget perspective, like it's easy to produce them, those animations, or if you feel like your game just like works best with more like procedural elements that way, in the way that it's animated, then I don't think it's a problem. It's not a bad thing. Again, it's just about like what you're going for and does this help or hurt that. I don't really have a hot take about it. I think when it comes to high fidelity art that uses that effect, I would have said about 6 years ago that I thought it meant, when I see that kind of art, I see cheap mobile game, cheap gacha. But do you know what? In the last few years, gacha has totally changed in terms of the standard of quality. And what used to be considered cheap gacha is now like peak game design. So I don't know. I think this could be a lot more... I feel like this whole area could be a lot bluer than it is. I don't know how to adjust it right now. I guess I could just put a blue thing over it and just dial it back a little. So I started watching Jujutsu Kaisen. Honestly, feels like a very slow start to me. I'm like 10 episodes deep and I'm not feeling it yet. It's very slow as an anime. It's like, are we there yet? I'm kind of like waiting for specific characters and like specific things to line up, and it's just like, even the first, I don't know, like at least the first 10 episodes, it's like, what is the point of this manga, of this anime? Like, why do I care about this character? People really praise it, so like I have to believe that it's good, but like I don't understand yet why. It's not really there yet for me. Yeah, I mean, I believe it's good because I've heard enough people say that it is. I just don't have any evidence of it yet. It has such a casual vibe about it at the start, at least. It's like, yeah, he's a really cool guy, and he's just better than everybody. And oh, he happens to have this demon guy inside of him now, so that's cool. But he can control it, so it's fine. Yeah, and then there are these sorcerers, and they're pretty cool too. And yeah, that's it. That's kind of the vibe that I'm getting right now. We just had the fight with Itadori just fought the puppet guy, the guy with the he's sewn together and can turn people into little puppet things. We just had that fight, and that was like the first time in the entire anime so far that I felt like, okay, like the character's being tested a little bit here in terms of like his ethics. You know, his character is being pushed. The conversation about like dealing death as a sorcerer. You know, is that, you know, can you get out of this profession without having killed somebody? Is an interesting idea. But I don't know how far it goes with that. I don't know if that's like central or if that's just like a passing thing. Okay, sweet. Well, I appreciate it, and I'll keep on it. Yeah, because I kind of like, I know what I like, I know what I want. This is Hollow Bastion from Kingdom Hearts, but it's a remix from GameChops.com. The actual track is called it's by Pete Frogs, and it's called Hollow Bastion from the album Sora and Chill. I'm trying to see if I should bring in this motif, this basalt thing into it, but I guess not. I think it's not worth it. I still like the texture, but I don't think it needs to be so regular. Do I ever feel like I'm fighting the editor? Certainly not Ace Bright. Never. Unity? Not quite, no. No, I don't really feel that way anymore. I think I might have felt that way early on, but it wasn't really the editor I was fighting. It was my design choices in the editor. It was my code choices. I just wasn't very good at writing the game yet. I really don't think that it's... Once you understand what you're making, you can start tailoring the engine to meet your needs. It becomes a lot easier. If you're fighting anything, it's because your design choices typically aren't aligned with each other, and you're struggling to make something work that's not... It's not working yet, because there are parts of it that want to be one thing and parts of it that want to be something else. And so fixing that, I think, is the biggest thing you can do. Well, compile times you can get around with plugins. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know certainly they will stand out more, but I don't really want them. I don't want to have to cast shadows. Yeah, you're probably right though. Maybe I can do something procedural to create it, the depth. Because I'm not doing the level by hand. This is just like a concept. So whatever I do in the concept has to also be able to be done outside the concept. I can't just draw shadows and say, okay, well, those will just be in the game. But I do think it's worth taking the blasphemous route, which is to just draw cool shit and then just see how you can make it work in the engine. So even if I don't think it's easy or feasible, I'll still try it just to see what happens. Yeah, hot reload. This. You want to cut down compile times? Install that. You only need to compile if you add a script, add a variable that didn't exist in the global scope, or add a new function. So if you're adding a new definition, that's going to cost you to compile. But if you're just changing something, changing the contents of a function or a value of a variable, even at runtime, it won't recompile. So for me, it saves a lot of time. Also, I got a faster PC, honestly. That was a big difference for me. Just getting a better computer. I know that's a bit of a cop-out thing to say, but I mean, it helps. Yeah, I mean, it is intimidating. The challenge is going to really come down to learning to be confident painting large shapes so that you can then work them down into small shapes. But without those big shapes, even if it's just like, you know, even if you were starting this from scratch and you just went, I just want to do that. Even that gives you something. And then, you know, a lot of people like to design as if they were designing just a tile set, you know, just stay within the very constrained bounds. I probably make this hard for myself by doing it so massively, but I look at my favorite games that I'm, you know, chasing after, and some of those backgrounds are just like, you know, there is no, it's a painting, you know, there's no repetition here. A lot more of these backgrounds are composed of layers, but I would say some of the more big pieces are not. He does a lot of mirroring, which is cool. Let me show you some others. Like this, for example, is ridiculous and huge and would have taken forever. Yeah. For me, it's more just like, I'm just trying to get the vibe. I'm trying to find the colors. I'm trying to find the shapes. And then from there, I can maybe like reverse engineer it back. Like, I don't know how to do this in pixel art yet. I don't know what that looks like as a pixel art thing. So even though this is here like this, I might not even like, because you could start from the pixels and go out, or you can start from the composition and go down. So it's like, okay, what is the texture here? And I'll find the texture at the end. I won't find it now. So it could just be, you know, a lot of this, a lot of like horizontally lines cutting in. It could be that. And then, you know, dithering them or something like that. I've been dithering a little bit recently, so I could just, you know, it could be just, what's going on here? 100, please. Yeah, you could do a bit of that. To work through it. Or it could be these darker colors. more contrast. You know, we don't know yet, but I think the really important thing is that you kind of can, you don't have to have the answers at a certain point until later. You know, like it'll work once you get there. So I think a lot of it has to do with making it less intimidating is about understanding when you need to be placing a certain amount of mental energy. It's like, when do you need to solve certain problems? If I don't need to solve the detail aspect right now, then I'm just focusing on big things. I also feel like I might want to see if some of my colors fit in here. Like that color into like maybe, that's probably too bright. But yeah, just seeing like, okay, are any of these colors really close to what I already use? And if so, then I can just push it into that space. Wow, that looks so much more orange than that. I do like it, but it's a bit much. Well, I might not do that. That's the thing. I might not animate it. But if I really wanted to, maybe I would create a visual effect that just applies, just like a shader that's just that multiplies. It's like a noise pattern that just multiplies over it. You know, I think these days I'm a little less like, because otherwise you would need to just do a tile set, right? If you wanted to do an animating rock thing, you would need to just like create a tile that is the rock, you know, dry or whatever, and then whatever, and then on top of that you would then start thinking about the like a high, you know, like a lower this thing, right? And you would have it sort of like doing this, and then you would have like lighter bits, I don't know, kind of like rippling. I guess you could do the caustics thing. You know, you animate this thing against the rock with little bits dancing up here and there. Maybe this needs to be a bit darker to make this really make sense. You know, like you could then animate this and have that work, but then you need to repeat that a lot. So I'm not going to sit here and animate it all. I'm probably just going to do something clever or not animate it. I think like taking on, and this is the thing, right? This point is the difference between like an artist and a game dev. Is an artist will say, I want to do this, how do I do it? And a game dev will say, how do I get away with not having to do this? And the problem is that most people who want to make games that look like the ones that we're looking at here, Most of them think of themselves as artists first. They want to tell stories, they want to build worlds, and they've seen things in games that are amazing and they want to reproduce those. But they don't realize that the things they've seen in games, each of those games doesn't do all of the things. That's the really, really, really critical thing. It's not that all of the games do all of the things. It's that each game does one thing. And it's what they don't do that helps define how they do the things that they do. So if you're committing to doing everything because you've seen it in all these different games, you will find yourself trying to create a system that can support all of these like infinitely different things. And you won't find efficiencies because efficiencies come from knowing what you aren't going to do. So yeah, it is intimidating. If you just go, yes, I'm just going to say yes to every idea. Yeah, you'll be stuck. You'll be stuck animating shit forever. Well, that's the hope. I want it to be like a memorable set piece. I'm not sure, like, right now, I'm probably wasting my time. I'd like to turn it into more of a tile set situation in a bit, but I'm using this as exploration time. You know, I'm just learning what I want to do, how I want to build the palette, how do I solve different challenges within the context of the problem. Like just here earlier, it was like, okay, I want the player to fall down here and not feel like they could land here. So what does that look like? If I use this color, does it look like you can land on this now? From here, jumping down? Because that's just like too bright of a color. So it's stuff like that that I think about a bit. You know, maybe we could get away with it just at the entrance. And then as we go into the level, it stays dark. Or we could just have little flecks of it so that it doesn't look like a clear surface. It's just like little bits of highlight that just give it a little bit more texture. So I'm learning that now. This isn't me just, and I think I had someone come in the other day and go, you seem to be going around in circles on these details. Like, are you sure you're not wasting your time? I think they're not noticing that like I'm doing this now. This is the time where I'm learning and experimenting within the context of the environment. I'm like, okay, how do I want to solve certain challenges and tell my story that takes place here? Which colors can I use? Where do I use them? Where do I not use them? What's the tile set? What's not the tile set? That's all happening now. I'm making those decisions as I'm painting. You know, can this be one asset, or do I build it into something else? Do I make it? I think there's something that Simon does nicely here where he uses symmetry to create the feeling of an asset. It's kind of interesting. There was something we saw earlier on. Like this situation here, like this is a painting. Make two of them and now it's an asset. You know, it's a neat trick. It feels more video gamey, even if you have like something really super highly polished. This, for example, is what I'm thinking of. Like, where is that picture? Weird. Yeah, like that and that being symmetrical. I think they are one-to-one symmetrical even. It would have to be. I don't think you get anything by not. I mean, yeah, literally. Yeah, same thing. But it just feels like more of a video game set piece because of that. Is it a beach cove? It is. What part of game dev do I enjoy the least? Honestly, right now it's the business. It's the decision making about like how do I want to budget this? What do I want this to, like, how much of this is for the rest of this is under my control? How do I make money out of this? I hate that side. The business side sucks for something this big, because I'm happy to just make the thing, but it can't be done that way. I've never checked this out. What is convolution matrix? Oh, that's cool. Just shaders? That's so cool. I've never seen that before. Do you get inspiration from real arcade games? Arcade? Not really. No. I wasn't really like... The arcade generation is not... I think the genre of games, when I think about arcade games, so many of them are... I mean, they're just coin eaters. So they're designed not to be immersive experiences that keep you for hours and hours. They're more like hyper short, punchy, focused experiences that get you in and out and then diving back in again really quickly. Real arcade is a platform, right? Am I confused about that? Oh, I think maybe arcade is the word that's getting lost up here. So for me, like, pixel and arcade are different things, right? Do you mean just like pixel games or like actual games in arcades? The only game I think that I'm really inspired by when it comes to arcade games would be like Street Fighter 3 Third Strike. That's probably like the closest thing I would consider like a direct inspiration. Just in terms of like inspiration for animations. Yeah, arcade means, yeah, something different. Arcade literally means like in an arcade to me. I don't know if anyone else thinks that way. Thanks. It's very simple rules getting applied large scale, very slowly. That's all it is. Super dark compared to the rest of it, but I don't hate it. I think the difference here is that these are like big wide chunks. This is like much more narrow. So maybe I'll just see if I can simplify it down. Again, this is like, I get through this a lot where sometimes I'll over detail something, and then the only real way to save it is to just work it back. And it does end up being simpler in the end. But you have to sort of do it wrong first before you can do it right. I mean, yeah, that's better. Yeah, I think big is going to be better here. I just find it so impressive how committed Simon is to just going as subtle as he likes with the colors. He just picks whatever he wants and just, it's still a low palette, low contrast, I mean, low count palette. But it really feels like he's trying to model in 3D, you know? And then the dithering is kind of like another layer above that. There's something here that about it though that I'm not as drawn to, like these leaves. I don't love these as much as I love the chasm ones. Those chasm screenshots to me are just so captivating. Like this background to me is just like on another level. And it's not, I mean, like it's only subtly different from the way that Simon Anderson does his. And it's things like, see this shading here? How there's actually not that much dithering. And the way that color is being used, it's a little bit more, Simon will sort of spatially dither a little bit more. So Simon will go like, you know, if I'm looking at this background art here, Simon Anderson will sort of do this and then this and then this. He'll sort of like, you know, speckle a little bit more in a way that looks really impressive. It'll look really round in 3D from a distance, and it has that sort of very granular look to it. And it's like meticulous, but it's also, it sort of makes it look a little bit less stylized, or like, I guess as a style, it's kind of, it almost looks like he started with a 3D model, right? No, they're working on a game called Vikings on Trampolines at the moment, and it looks even better than Owlboy. It's incredible. So like, yeah, like this, like it looks faithfully 3D, but it sort of looks like when you take a real photo of somebody and then you try to pixelate it. This is what the Owlboy art looks like to me. Like it's so good that it almost approaches like an uncanny 3D quality to it. Whereas the chasm art, to me, it's like clearly pixel art, and it's so decisive about where these like single line details are. You know, like this edge, this 1 pixel edge here is just so valuable. You know, this 2 pixels, bam, creates a lovely little specular on that brick. I think it's 480 by 270. No, it's 360 by 5. Sprite size 630, 640. Nope, not even that. What the hell is the size of this thing? 1, 2, hang on a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 pixels to a pixel? What the heck? That can't be right. Is it really 384 by 216? That's an insane pixel count, bro. It looks about right though. This is 2 pixels. Yeah, like just those 2 pixels. Beautiful. Incredible. Same here. This little ding, ding, ding. Amazing. I love it. You could, you know, do that. You just whack that off there. Beautiful. Oh, you know, it's so precise, careful. It's something that I don't do that as sharply, but I try to do it in my character art. So if I really wanted to add a highlight here, I'd just put like, you know, 2 pixels there or something, you know, just a little bit of that, maybe dither it slightly or like speckle it like that. And that's what I would do. I think I need to go flatter for my game because there's way too much art to go high. It's like the sprites are too big, but I need to learn a lot from this. And there's so much to learn from Chasm's art for me. I still look at this zone and think, did I do it right? It looks a little washed out to me, but I'm not really sure where to put the contrast. And I almost don't want to add more detail to it at all. Like these things back here, I could certainly add a bit more speckly detail just to like make it work a little more. In fact, I might do that right now. Let me show you what I mean. Yo, thanks for the follow. just trying to work it a little bit more smoothly so that you have kind of examples of bits that just sort of break out of that shape a little bit more. I don't know why I just sort of caught that, but it just sprung out to me while I was looking at the backgrounds that it didn't have. I mean, it was supposed to be not looked at. That was the point of that background, but I think I could afford a little bit more contrast. So that's what we're doing here. Just a little bit more texture, I think. You can also do that by doing that too. You can go into the light by adding dark. But whenever you add rules, now you have to sort of play by them, so it can make it a little bit difficult. And then we also have to do that over here too. So bear with me, like 5 more minutes. I find there's this little trick that I like to use where if you just put pixel details in places, as in literally just something that can only be looked at as if it's a pixel, right? Like this is like a splotch, but like this is 2 pixels, right? That is a plus. That's one, you know, that's 1 pixel, that's 2 pixels, but this is kind of like something. It's like it's a bigger shape than can be recognized as pixels. So every now and again, just adding in something that is unambiguously a couple pixels, for me, I think helps see the entire thing as if it was constructed as pixel art, which it was obviously, but like, you know, I've used bigger brushes here and there, so it masks the fact that those bigger brushes, you know, were used in the construction of it. Just a little hack, tiny hack. Which is what the dithering does, all that Simon Anderson stuff. That's why he's dithering it, because it brings the pixel art back into something that could otherwise be seen as not being pixel art. It ends up looking just like low res art. Is a little later on, regardless of worries. Nothing's like people. Dude, I was a big fan of this game. Holy moly, Kingdom Hearts was my jam. I was obsessed with it. And such a cool name for a game too. Kingdom Hearts. Like, damn. I've made a mistake. I need these things to align. They do not align. Look at this. Yucky seam. So like this line cuts across to here. This needs to come up there. Why did I not have like guides for this? I clearly did have a guide because you can see I'm using it for the most part. It's actually just, if I take this, and then draw it, not like that. Dirt, 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 dirt. And then offset it by half. That's what this box is. And so they all have to pass through that. But let's get really fine with it. And then I guess I've just got like another one for that line. So the green has to end there. Yeah, like here it's, well, here it's kind of okay, but I still think I should do it. I should push for it. $70, no, from the corner, 80 and 100. It's really confusing. That's 58 and 70. But that's not right. I've screwed this up, I think. I think I just made a big mistake. But it can't, hang on a second. That can't be right. Maybe we'll do some symmetry stuff here. So, like there, we should make it really clear. That's the line where, I mean, it's at the very halfway point. I'd like to use this one if I can. That would be halfway, but it's not halfway. So if it's not halfway, it's further out. Because, I mean, like, this, even this doesn't work, man. Like, that doesn't align, that and that. So now it's like, it's here and there. And then it's there and there. I'm fine with whatever I do here. I just want to do something consistent. Okay. Good. 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 Hey, I'm good. I'm not so good. Okay. Now we're all law-abiding citizens. I hope I made this symmetrical, otherwise I'm a big goober. That's 57 pixels, and this is 56 pixels. Okay, it's pretty much right. If I did this, oh. edit, flip vertical. Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's good. Okay. So all of this is wrong. Great. Great, great. That's what we want. Yo, Stygian, thanks for the follow. Okay, now we're all lined up. This should be perfecto. We just need to make sure that this last one also abides. Bump, bump. It does not. Now it does. And then, unfortunately, thanks, Stygian. Unfortunately, we also have this here, which is like a whole extra mess that I did not account for. So we can do one more set at this point, and then I want to say like this point right here. So like you take this and you go whoop, and then again whoop, and then you go whoop, and then you go whoop, and then you go boop, 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 boop. Okay, back to the tile map. So the dark green needs to also kind of pitch in at the correct points, such that the dark green is always inside of these little corners. So this needs to go up to there, and this needs to go up to there, and out to there, and whatnot. It's actually pretty consistent. It's not so bad, actually. That's kind of spot on. I almost nailed it. I must have done this with like a repeating pattern at first. I must have started with that. In fact, I remember doing that, so that's... It's a good way to do it, I guess. Yeah, sweet. Okay. Oh, and I have this like extra thing going on here. Oh, jeez. Where they're passing through this middle texture. Oh, gosh. All right, well, let's figure that out too. This is where all the light colors are. Ah! So everything needs to connect that way? I think it does. Okay. Okay. I see now. I see now. It's pretty good. All right. That's better for sure. Not amazing yet. I need to be more precise with these guides, man. I mean, it's pretty good. I hate this though. It's like, what is that? It's just it tiling into itself, is it? No. What is that? This right here is the top right. This guy. Oh, I see you. Okay. That's not what the game's supposed to look like. Okay. What else? I'm seeing screen tearing. Are you seeing that? But the thing that's crazy is it shouldn't be tearing at all because these are like all connected up to each other. It could be that we're seeing this happen, this split here. Which means it's really annoying because it means I have to start adding gaps between everything. Or I might be able to just use a different import mode. I was hoping that would work. So the way around this, which is hyper annoying, is to add a 1 pixel gap all the way around this guy and then move this out. Into an extra spot. Or we shrink them all by 1 pixel. Actually, that might actually work. If they were all 126 by 126. Am I a genius? How does that work? I've never had... You'd think so, but I've never seen that work. Could you help me understand how sprite atlasing fixes it? I was always told that it would, but I've never had it actually work. Forward rendering and deferred rendering. I did not know that was an option. Where would I even pick that up? In the pipeline? Isn't that like a completely different type of renderer? Is it? I thought the renderer was like, I thought like the URP was a forward renderer. Maybe I'm confused about how it works. Yeah, I mean like... If I just go to this, and then I create an atlas, I know what this is. Sprite atlas. Right, I make the atlas, I drag, I guess I take the atlas, and then I just put this in objects for packing. That seems to have worked. That seems to have worked. Why didn't that work for me in literally any other context? I think we're good now. Well, my most recent video has some misinformation in it, if this works. Why does this work now? I know I tried this for like an hour a few weeks ago and couldn't get it going. That's really brutal. Oh, no, no, I just saw it happen. Right there, did you see that? Nah, it's still there. It's still there. Yeah, you see that? So I don't know if it's just my game or if it's just like, or what, but it doesn't actually work for me. The only thing I've been able to do that works, guaranteed, is by, and actually, do you know what? If we look at this, where this was being applied, that's really annoying because actually we're looking at like a part of the level. Did you try clamping? Yeah. We've sort of been around. This conversation is now an old conversation that we're re-picking up. Like I said, a couple of weeks ago we did this whole thing. So the part that we're looking at here is this area here, right? I think I know what's happening. So this is fine. This will just tile into itself. But this here, this internal corner, has this pixel right next to it. And so that extra pixel right next to it is going to sometimes get sampled unless I literally put a pixel line like this. The problem is that I don't have that pixel line. So I need to like essentially add a couple pixels around all of this and maybe even inside of this, which is very ugly because it means I can't do what I want to do with it. But I'll just have to accept that. So I'm going to start by adding it's the compression that affects the sampling rate, or is it a non-POT issue? I don't know. I would assume mirror clamp would fix it. I don't know what you mean by that. Let's have a look. It's got mirror. You're saying set that to clamp? Can I have a look? Nope. We have asked Copilot. I've been down this road. Yeah, the other way to do it would be like this, actually. There's a smart way to do it. It's invert all of this. So let me just call this like old and then save it as its old name again. And then it's something like this, sprite canvas size. Let's add another 64, 128. Oops. It's literally just take this and push it over here. Take this, push it down here. Get this out of the way. That gets us like way closer, but not quite there, I don't think. I was thinking I could do something smart there. Yeah. Yeah, I might literally have to do this. I don't want to do it this way. Yeah, but that's the thing I don't want to do. And then this one, you kind of can't win with it. There's nowhere to put it. That's the only problem. Actually, I can win with it. I just put it right there. So what you do now is you go... You do that, and then you go... Take all of this, and you go... Bump, bump. You take all of this, you go bump, bump. That didn't work. And literally that will fix it, what I just did. Do I have a universal render data? Universal. Yes. Ah, you want deferred. It's still there. I could try saving it. Wait, what? Oh, there it is. You think it's fixed, and then it's not. And then I'm not actually sure, like... This is the renderer. That's the pipeline asset. Where does that renderer data go? Oh, this is the renderer data. Hang on a second. No. I'm using the 2D renderer, which I think is fixed at a forward renderer. The 2D renderer, I think I can't switch it to being a deferred renderer. I think it's fixed at forward. I'm not using the just like the normal URP renderer. I'm using the 2D renderer. This is the URP renderer, the default one. And then this is the 2D renderer data. The 2D one's a bit different. I don't think it has a deferred renderer option. I think it just is what it is. Anyway, I'm just going to do this and accept my fate. I think that's literally the way I have to do it. The only thing I'm really concerned about is all of the orders in the tile set that I created are all going to get all messed up. So what I need to happen is all of these are in the same set. Which is really tough. If I go to the sprite editor, like, oh God, I hate this. I can't see the names. Like that's 0, 1, 2. Like this one here needs to be 17. Like, how am I gonna arrange it that way? I guess I'm just gonna have to rearrange the boxes. So if I do this, save it, do this, export, I have to then take all of these and drag them where they were, first of all. Which is a mission. But that does work. Okay, and then I take the middle one, that goes now here. And then I take all of these and rearrange them. Whoops, 1 pixel off. Okay. Ah! I literally just saw it happen again. Now I'm really upset. What the hell? Did it happen to the tile set? I can't tell. Maybe I fixed it. No, I think it's the main tile set. I really can't tell. No, I think we did. Oh, no, we didn't fix it. I saw that line right there. Am I confused about this? How could it be? How is that possible? I don't believe it. What the hell is this? Excuse me? Are these different sprite? No, they're the same texture. Wow, that's weird that it does that. There's only one thing. It's not multiple things. So, wait, but what's that down there? That's a grid. This isn't right. Oh, I know what it is. This is the... Maybe it's the tile set in Unity. We are talking about the subpixel issue. I'm a bit confused now. Are there settings for this? Test with disabled compression. I think it is disabled. Yeah, it's been disabled. I think the clamp instead of mirror was right. Ah, you bastard. Why though? It's this one. Wait, this? This. But like the thing that's next to it in the sample is literally the colors that you would want. So how is it doing that? How is that breaking and showing that? It's infuriating. When I tried the Sprite Atlas, did I set a padding setting? We could try it again. Bitmaps shouldn't be a thing. Like, can I send in individual? Oh, that's probably a really annoying thing I didn't realize. Do I have to literally drag all the sub-sprites into this? And then not do that one? Nope, still there. Still a problem. It's immediately an issue. No, this is Unity. Nothing's changed. We're still getting the tearing. This is really weird because I specifically went through the trouble of changing this on these tile sets, and I have not had an issue with them. They've been really, really good. So if I get the issue now, I'll be really confused. But like this tile set, I never get a problem with it. Everything's like perfect. I say that, but no, like really, I haven't seen a problem. Right? This is great, yeah? No problems. No tearing ever. Haven't seen one little break. Flawless, this whole level. So when I packed, not this one. One sec, pals. I think it's 3. This one. Oh, what the heck? Okay. Well, I'm just a freaking idiot then. How did I... What? What? Where did I think I fixed this? I clearly didn't fix it here. I was 100% certain that I did that, though. I remember doing it. Unless it's this one. Did I add for this? I definitely didn't. Oh, yes, I did. I added an extra bit everywhere. There's like an extra buffer of a pix of flat all through. But I was still seeing tearing just now, right? On that main level. Even on the main geometry, I thought I was seeing it. I mean, it's looking pretty good. The other option here is to make the camera always move. Oh, I could see it. I saw it right there, right here. So like, what would be that problem? Oh, that makes perfect sense though, because I didn't do it right here. I actually didn't correct it here. So I think I got this right. What is that? Oh, I know what it is. Oh, but that's just getting applied on top, so that's actually fine. I think that's all I need. So I think I did fix it for the main terrain. I think I actually did fix it. With that trick. So then why didn't doing that work for the background set? Something about the way the rules tile works, maybe? Yeah, I think this is fine. All of this works, right? No tearing. Yeah, I think I fixed it. I think it works for the golden tile set, for this one. That's what I call the golden tile set. But this thing back here is just a monstrosity, and I don't know what to do to fix it. I don't know why it splits. Oh, this could be an issue. There's like it's not placed on a correct, like on the pixels. Anybody seeing any tearing? I think it'd be harder to see because of the black. Let's make it white. Immediately. First frame. But that's so bizarre because it's these tile into themselves. See that? Oh my god, that was ugly. Is the rule tile in Unity that's doing this? What a horrible thing. It could be my parallax by depth thing. What happens if I turn that off? No. It's there. It's there even if I'm not parallaxing. Ugh. And that's literally this tile. Hey Magnus, thank you so much for the sub. Hi Mels. Trying to fix a yucky issue that's making my game's tiles tear. See that? You seen that? It's mostly good until it's not. There, you just saw it there. The position of the tile set changes because it's being parallaxed. It does change. There's tons of warnings in the inspector, but they're not anything to do with this. Don't worry about that. Warning in the inspector. In the inspector of what? Hey Magnus, thank you so much for the subs. This doesn't have a warning. This doesn't have a warning either. The tile set. This doesn't have a warning. And these don't have warnings. While it was running, you selected the tile set. While it was running, I selected the tile set. I don't see the problem. I don't think it has the capacity to give me warnings while I'm running it. Game's running. I'm here. It could be something here, maybe. But I'm literally looking at the trees. This is the layer. These are the only two. This is the inspector looking at the trees. I can turn them off. I can move them around. That's it. There's no warning. You mean this? This is the sprite editor, and it's saying that editing is disabled during play mode. That's nothing. That's just, you just can't edit them. The scene graph from here. You talking about this? I'm clicking it. It's clicked. Also, there's a bit of confusion because I call this scene graph, but anyway. Yeah, clicked on it from the scene graph. I'm clicking on it from the scene graph. There's no warning. But I'm here. We're doing it. It's what's being clicked on. Same. What if you do a frame with the central green tile around all the others, similar as you did with the main ground tile set? What I don't understand is, so like my interpretation of what this problem is was something like this. You have the tiles, right? This is a tile. So I can click this one. And when I tile that with something else, if it was like this, sometimes it's going to sample the transparency on the edges because it's not perfectly clipping the area. But in this context, if I'm sampling one off where the sprite is, that's just going to be a sprite that's almost exactly perfect anyway. It's like it should basically be aligned no matter what. As in, whatever it's going to sample is just going to be like equally valid pixels on the other side of this blue line. That's what I'm expecting to see. But I suppose that could not be, it could be that that's not the problem. It could be that it's doing something differently to that in a way that I don't understand. Because when I do this, I mean, that's all this is. It's the same tile being placed over and over and over again. However, I am placing these a bit separate, like a bit differently to how I do it in the Super Tile to Unity project, because you can see I'm using this, like, Unity has a rule tile here. I'm gonna try something actually. I think this could be an answer. If I take this tile instead and fill it with that, I wonder if that will be something different. So this is the actual tile instead of the rule tile version of that. If this works, I'm going to be so upset. Okay, it didn't work. Good. So, okay. Well, that's not the problem then. I have no idea. Well, McChockette, I mean, I would agree with you if doing it this other way didn't fix it for me with the main tile set, with this tile set. By adding full tiles all around, I get the correct answer. I get the correct output. So I'm not sure what it is about this why that strategy doesn't work in this context. Like, we still get them. Could be there's two problems. No, they're not being rendered on a canvas. Not like a UI canvas, if that's what you mean. It's so annoying because I can't always seem to get it to do it. It's just sometimes. Like now it's fine. It's almost never going to break now. Let's bring that parallax back if it's off. Oh, it's on. Okay. Well, the difference is how they're being imported. The platform tile set. In fact, let's just double check. So that's that. Actually, just confirming. Yes. Full rect. Alpha is transparency. Clamp. Point. That's just how I've got it. And then the trees. Is the same. All the same. The only difference is one is being imported. Well, the textures are the same. The textures are being imported the same way. The only hypothetical difference is that Unity, super tiled to Unity, is drawing these here. It's still using a Unity grid. Pardon me. It's still doing all of this. It might be something with the tile map renderer. This like culling bounds situation here could be something to do with this. You know, maybe there's something about this where we could apply some sort of clamping mode or something. If we click on, let's go to the main one. Oh, it's in here. So like on the grid, on the ground, we've got a tile map and a tile map renderer. Top left chunk manual. Looks good to me. These are just colliders. So bottom left chunk auto. Interesting. There's no top left option. I wonder why. Whoa, what does this do? What is a chunk culling bound? Okay, we might be onto something here. That sounds like a thing, doesn't it? Here the chunk culling bounds are 32 by 32, which is the size of the tile. I'm not sure why we get top left. Okay, let's try it here. Top left. Top left chunk manual 1.28, 1.28. .32 by 32 on the grid. The ground is tile anchor is at 0, 0 here. I made it 0.5, 0.5 over here. That pushes everything over by half a tile, which I probably shouldn't touch. All right, well, let's see what happens. You know, it's so heartbreaking because like until it fails, it's fine. Like it looks, we're like, did we fix it? Did we fix it? And then it's like, I don't know. Did we? Oh, nope. Where is this sprite packer? Sprite packer mode. What do you want me to say? V1 always enabled? But does that mean I have to use an atlas? And it also didn't work. It still failed. And is the correct way to use this to put all of the sub sprites in it or not? Or just the main one? The whole folder. No, didn't work. But see, this is packing it in a way that I don't like it. The pack preview is going to create gaps, right? The extra tile is a hack, not a fix. I think it's a sampling issue. That's what I believe. It's still not right. It's still not right. So what else could I do? In this context? I just don't use Unity tiles. Wait a second. It might not have correctly. No, that's the one. That's the folder. I don't understand how people who make Unity games, like, why isn't this like a hyper high priority for games that are releasing? Is this just, am I like a sample size of one for this kind of thing? Am I the only one making a side-scrolling game with tiles in Unity? It can't be, right? So how do they fix it? Unity tiles set, Unity tiles, 1 pixel gap. Like atlas padding here or there. It doesn't seem, I mean, the padding's already at 4. So like, I don't know, dude. I mean, look, we could take the photo, the camera, and we could make it pixel perfect itself every frame. And we could try to also pixel perfect, you know, the tile set. I don't love it, and that also didn't work. If I take the sprite and then I turn off the parallax and then I take this away, put it on on a hard pixel value. Does this actually work though? This is like perfect now, right? It should be sampling every pixel as a pixel. That actually does seem to work. Of course, until it doesn't. But I don't want to do that. Ah, I still saw it. So it doesn't work. Even forcing the camera to be on a pixel perfect value does not actually do what we want it to do. That said, this could be really complicated. Maybe if I bring the camera out. Oh, I think I have something else happening here. I think I have a trick where it only applies the pixel perfect when it's stopped, if the velocity is essentially 0. Let me check that. I tried to do something. I probably could have just... Okay, now it's literally perfect. We are never going to get a value that's not pixel perfect, which I hate, but it's just ugly, the free camera, when we do that. It just doesn't feel right. Even if this was right, even if we never got the issue again, I hate this. What is the negative cell gap trick? This seems to have fixed it, but I'm not happy about it. Well, this is not parallaxing, and it just looks like... You can't see anything different. You can't see it jittering. Look at the white. You can't see that going every time we move. It's because my camera moves at very subtle X and Y axes. Like as I move, see, as I approach the ledge, it looks down, and as I move away from the ledge, it looks up. That wants to be smooth. Could my camera movement be messing with it? I mean, messing with what though? What is the thing that we can't trust Unity to be able to do? It can't render tile sets on pixels that are not at like pixel perfect. Like it works until it doesn't. Right there. I was thinking that actually. We pixel perfect on quarter pixels instead. That could be an answer. Hey Radu, this is a playlist from GameChops.com. It never rests at a broken state. Well, I mean, right now, I think it's just very hard to capture it at a broken state. I think it's just like the odds of it stopping on a broken state are so minuscule that it's very rare to do that. And you know what else is interesting about this? Notice how the tear was right up through. It wasn't just one little block. It was the entire tile set. It was like there's a floating point error in where the tiles should be painted. Like all along this whole grid axis. Right along the Y. It just went doof. Andrew says, what do you do when you lose motivation during game development? Do you plow through or take a small break? I just switch to a different task. I just do something else that's also important. What do we do? But why would I want to do that? The problem part of it is padding around your sprites in the sprite sheet or tile atlas. This surrounds your tiles with transparency, which can become visible. What you need instead is extrude. Where is that setting? I've never even seen that before. Oh, extrude edges. How much empty area to leave around the sprite in the generated mesh? That sounds like the opposite of what I want, but I mean, we can say 2. Wait a second. That's got an extrude value of 1. This did not have an extrude value at all, I don't think. No, it's still there. The Sprite CLI, is that right? Taken from the texture packer documentation. This is when? This is Unity 6. This is new? I don't know, dude. I'm certainly not going to use this. Yeah, see, that's not what we're getting. It's not that. It's actually the renderer. See, this extrude, that is what I'm doing here. This effectively does the extrude manually, as far as I know. Bro, that's what I said. That's literally what I just did.
Hello fantastic people, today I would like to show you how to get rid of those ugly gaps between your tiles. The fix will be pretty simple and pretty quick. First we need to create a new sprite atlas. We do it by going to Create, 2D and Sprite Atlas. Then we click on our atlas and then we lock the inspector using the small lock icon. Then we select all of our tiles and add them to the objects for packing. Then we simply click the button Pack Preview. To make sure the tiles are not blurry, it's worth to change the filter mode from bilinear to point. If you do that, remember to click Pack Preview once again. And that's all. If you learned something useful, please consider
Yeah, I agree. Someone said a thing. What? When gaps or tears occur continuously along an entire axis rather than individual tiles, the issue is almost always stems from floating point rendering inaccuracies in the camera, global anti-aliasing settings, or a misaligned global grid transform. This is what I want. Cell gap in the grid. We could try that. I'm not against it. I know that will work. It's back up here, I think. Cell gap, negative 0.01. Watch this work. No, I see it still though. Don't you see that big black gap? Well, maybe it won't. Maybe it'll be fine. Well, hang on. I didn't see any white streaks. I'm looking for white. Yeah, I'm looking for white. I think this actually worked. I haven't seen one yet. One black line at the start is okay. I think this worked. Right? Let's just like run it again, just in case. I saw a white, but that was this grass tile set, which we haven't fixed. I think we're good, chat. I think we actually solved it here. I think that's fine. Yeah, it is two problems. I saw a white there, but that's not this tile set, so that's fine. I wonder if we can bring that... Who can I find? I need to find a thing here where I don't want to use the gap, because that's actually, it's doing something that I don't want. The gap is actually, like if we go to it, when we look at this, you can see they're overlapping by 1. The more I do that, the more that it's literally forcing them to be off by a pixel, right? Like if I do this, they're going to start overlapping in weird ways, which is what we're being asked to do. I don't like it as a solution. If I can help it, I'd rather not do it. Disable anti-aliasing. Edit project settings quality, anti-aliasing to disabled. This is an interesting one. Did I say build? Quality. I don't even see an anti-aliasing option. It says it's here. Am I crazy? What am I looking for? No, it's here. It doesn't highlight it though. No, I typed in anti-aliasing and it isolated quality in the settings. Maybe it is here. HDR anti-aliasing disabled. So that's no big deal. We could try negative 0.001. Ooh, stop Nans. That's pretty good. I didn't even realize that was there. Ah, but that's not a problem. I still want to press. I still want to press it. Make a new material set shaded as sprite's default. Put that material on your tile map. Oh shit, that could be a thing. I didn't even think about that. Well, that's sprite lit default, which should be about, it should be fine, right? Could it be a material issue? Probably not, right? That's more the sampling, not the material. I mean, we could do back to the gap thing. We could go to the cell gap and make it a tiny number. Like 0.005 will be half of a pixel, which should typically represent negative. So now there'll be a half pixel overlap, which, yeah, I'm not doing the Z offset. That's not what I'm trying to do. What the hell? Compiler error. What? That's interesting. Alrighty. Did I just see one? I'm not sure. I think it's fixed. I'm much more comfortable with 0.05 because it means every 2 tiles we only lose 1 pixel. That seemed to work. Okay. I mean, now let's try one more thing. What happens if I take this tile set and do the same thing with negative 0.05? Not 0.05, 0.005. Does the, if I shrink this, no, the collider doesn't update. So I can't do it with anything that's actually physical in the game. That's super annoying. Because it's using a Polygon Collider 2D created based on Super Tile 2D is doing it. So I just gotta, I just have to suffer, chat. That's what this all means. It just means I am cursed to suffer. So I shouldn't see any tears running around this level right now. If everything I've done is right, we should be perfect. Ah! I saw one on my main tile set that I thought I fixed. So it literally is 2 issues. You're right. It's 2 separate issues. It's 2 separate issues. It's one issue, which is about the tiles themselves. And it's a separate issue about the tile map renderer. It's just 2 completely separate problems. And it greatly reduces it, obviously, if you fix the tile set. Why is this camera doing this right now? That is a terrible position. What are you doing, buddy? Not this one. Wait. This was supposed to zoom out, but it zoomed in. Wait, what? What? Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, maybe I was just clicking around too fast. That's okay. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I was just clicking too fast. I think. Unless I drop down into it. Huh. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Did I get hurt into it? No, it actually zoomed in. That's a bug. I dropped from here and it zoomed in. That is a bug. What is that? That's a bug in my game. Technically, we're still in the zone camera, but there's this close camera. What is this? That took primacy? The close camera is a zone camera that is occupying this. Oh, I see it. Yeah. This is not actually a problem with the camera. This is a problem with how my system works. So this guy here, this big green box says, I want to zoom in. I want to zoom in. And when you leave it, it's no longer going to let you do that. Then when you drop back down though, it becomes the most recent box that you entered. So it takes primacy over the other camera, which is this one, which wants to zoom out. This purple line here is saying zoom out. So it's really just the fact that if I wanted to get this right, I'd probably have to make two separate boxes either side of this one, or give this one like a priority number. I don't really give them priorities, but I could do that. There might not be an easier way to do that. For now, though, it's probably going to have to be... What does this do? This only controls the zoom level at this depth. So actually, I could probably just take this, shrink it. Then it becomes this, which you will not be able to zoom in. I think that might actually just be fine. I have switch problems. So here we zoom out, here we zoom in. There's a little bit of annoying something happening when we cross over between them, because we're tripping two separate transitions. So I think a priority would be better for this. But it's going to keep wanting to try and I don't know how to solve it. Maybe it's just fine. Maybe it just is what it is. Like, if you drop down, it's gonna want to zoom in. It's gonna wanna. And we just have to be okay with that. For now, I just think I just leave it. All right. The tile set thing, I don't know what to do. Maybe I create my own tile map renderer with blackjack and hookers. Or like, do you know what would be a real cheat? If I just duplicate the tile map renderer and offset it by 1 pixel. Just literally take the rendered image, take this renderer, duplicate it, push it over by 1. Or half a pixel. Bro, this is not resolved. This is not resolved. That's a workaround. This is due develop. I don't want to. Somebody else called my solution. If you're using URP, check your URP asset for MSAA settings. We've turned off all the anti-aliasing. The problem is, Unity's tile map renderer appears to not be able to create, not be able to render the tiles without a gap at certain distances, at certain points in the floating point space as you're moving. I get vertical gaps between my tiles on the renderer. Even if the tiles are atlased, I'm getting these gaps. It's very, very rare. Like that. You see that? It's interesting that it's the same set. Am I crazy? Did I do something wrong again? Well, these have the overdraw, so no. I guess I could check the tiles themselves. Can I procedurally fill flat color? I'd really love not to. Like it was this line up here we were seeing. Isn't there a tile map like selector? I mean, I know that a lot of people don't care, but like I care, unfortunately. Like I don't want to have to deal with this. Yeah, this, I don't think I can. I don't think I can do it. It just annoys me. It makes the game, like if this showed up in a trailer, I would think something was wrong with the game. Like I would just feel like the devs didn't care. It feels like a careless oversight. Bro, that was such a big gap. It's so annoying.
I just can't wait. Once we set sail, it'll be great.
Instant unwish list. That's how I feel, man. Can I disable my camera system? You mean all the behavior? Yeah. Why would that? I mean, the player's position is also sub-pixel, right? So whatever would break there would break here. It's so weird because it doesn't seem to happen right now. I don't know. Yep, there it is. Yeah. No, it's 100% is the camera. Yes. Yeah, we know that already. Yeah, it's definitely the camera. It's the way the camera, well, it's the way that the rendering system interacts with the tile set. And the rendering system belongs to the camera. So it's just the way that works together. Isn't like that jump, you just saw it there. Sorry, I'll turn that off. I don't get motion sick. I know a lot of people do. Someone was complaining that I think it was Zoronak. They were like, me and my girlfriend get crazy motion sickness, and your game's camera is upsetting to us. I'm like, I'm sorry. I just do not feel it. I started making this game on public transport, like on a bus, on a train, looking down at the screen while while we're moving. And I never once felt sick. I used to watch movies on my, a tiny DVD player and stuff on car rides and that. Never had any issues. Not to brag. It's just something that I can't empathize with quite as much. Can't empathize. Emma Superhuman. Yeah, I don't know what to do. I think the camera is moving on late update. Yeah. It actually is doing it on late update. Bake the chunks and use textures instead of the tile map renderer. I mean, that would be incredibly inefficient. Hello? Hi. I can be. Is dinner nearly ready? Okay. All right. Do you need me to help make anything? Okay. Do you think it would be better? That would be like... No, but this is like, I would have to upend my entire level design system in my whole game. There's like 200 levels full of tile maps. You're saying, I guess you're saying like procedurally do that? Because I still need to be able to edit levels, you know? Could you quantize the camera position using a value that is imperceptible but prevents the issue? That would be my next check. So... what you would do there is you literally do this. It's this. Secret pixel perfect. So like, maybe the value is like to the nearest 250 pixels per unit. 100 is 1 pixel. 500 is half a pixel. 1,000 is 0.1 of a pixel. So I want to do a quarter of a pixel. I don't know what that is. 250? No. Maybe it is. 500? Sure, let's go 500. So that is an imperceptible value. It is doing pixel perfect, but it's doing it at such small numbers that we shouldn't really notice anything. If we go to the camera's main position, We're actually not going to be able to test it this way. But I'm just going to try running back and forth and seeing if we can get it. Seeing anything, chat? That feels not smooth to me, though. Is it because we've got... Yep, one sec. All right, I gotta go, chat. I think this might actually have fixed it because I'm not seeing any tears. So I think it's time to go. Somehow we fixed it. Thanks, pals. I gotta go. This was not a fun stream for me. I didn't have fun on this one. I hate solving problems like this. I didn't feel locked in today. Let's raid Kebab Scowl. Thank you so much for watching. We'll catch you tomorrow. You should wishlist Insignia on stream if you're interested. On stream? On Steam. Thanks, pals. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.